popular and you liked it, so here we go again. So I'm gonna hop right into the video. This sweater I actually got from the thrift store. It's super cute.
Hey, Macklemore, can we go thrift shop? But it was 99 cents. About the cop and then wash it. About to go and get some compliments. Passing off from the whiskey brown that wouldn't do that. I'll make you wear that screws. I look incredible. I'm in this bingo from that thrift shop down the road.
I like to know what's happening as soon as it happens. Who won the game?
Australia.
Bikes and a bike. Digitally manipulates the voice. So I performed the voice, and then Zach was able to change it with a computer later on. So I
like a large pizza. Pepperoni. Do you bleed?
Able to take a lot of, able to, great to grab on.
Hey, what's up, guys? I've been wanting to do this for a while now. Hey, what's up, guys? I've been wanting to do this for a while now, but I finally got it done. So today I'm bringing you guys. But I finally got it done. So today I'm bringing you guys some cool stuff on here, like Star Wars Trilogy, and obviously Daytona and stuff like that. So like Star Wars Trilogy. Let's get started. And obviously Daytona. As usual, you want to do Control Shift Escape. Let's get started. As usual, you want to do Control Shift Escape. Do new task. If it doesn't say Explorer there, type it in and hit OK. I'm not going to hit OK because mine is already there. Type it in and hit OK. So I'm not going to hit OK because mine is already running. Hyperspin. So I'm going to close it out. And next you would select Hyperspin, and it would bring you to the desktop here. You would do end task. Okay, so first off, obviously download the link below. So first off, get that download. Once you extract it, you're going to have this same folder here, Model 3. So open that up. I'm just going to put it over here to the left of the screen. Then I'm going to go to Start Computer just to open a new window. I'm going to put it over to the right here. Okay, so next you want to copy everything that is here to the proper directories over here on the right side. So we're going to start with the bezel directory. So let's open that, and then over here we're going to folders, kind of do it over to the side here. Two folders is not selected, or if you don't do that, it'll go into one of the folders and you don't want that. So you want it to go right like that into its own folder in the main bezels directory. So 3 again, bring it over here. Okay, that's done. So let's go back to the database now. And over here again, go to databases. Same thing, just drag it over. We're just dragging everything right over. Okay, let's back up and let's go emulator. Again, emulator over here. Let's drag it over. And let's back up. We already did fade. So next you would do games. We go to games and drag it over the same way. I'm not going to do it because I already did it to save time. Next we're going to do media and click media here. Now these two you're going to drag over just like this. And when it asks you if you want to merge the folders and override, say yes to add third tab right here. That out. Now should work with your actually machine guns. That one has the little icon next to it of the controller. That means you could only play it with the Xbox controller, that one, and there's one more, Ocean Hunter. That one has the controller too. So those two are only Xbox controller compatible. Everything else is compatible with the Xbox or your control panel. Although, you know, games like Star Wars are going to be kind of impossible to play with a joystick, like an X arcade joystick, because it's just not, it's hard to aim like that. So it's going to be a lot better to play that with an Xbox controller or with your mouse. You can play that with your mouse and use your left and right clicks as you know, as your fire buttons. All right, what's up, guys? I've been wanting to do this for a while now, and I've just been kind of pushing it back, but I finally got it done. So today I'm bringing you guys Sega Model 3. This is a really cool system. Has some cool stuff on here like Star Wars Trilogy and obviously Daytona and stuff like that. So let's get started. As usual, you want to do Control Shift Escape and then go ahead and do new task. If it doesn't say Explorer there, type it in and hit OK. I'm not going to hit OK because mine is already running, so I'm going to close it out. Next, you would select Hyperspin and you would do end task, and it would bring you to the desktop here. Okay, so first off, obviously download the link below. Get that download. Once you extract it, you're going to have this same folder here, Model 3. So open that up. I'm just going to put it over here to the left of the screen. Then I'm going to go to Start Computer just to open a new window. I'm going to put it over to the right here. Okay, so next you want to copy everything that is here to the proper directories over here on the right side. So we're going to start with the bezel directory. So let's open that, and then over here we're going to go to Rocket Launcher, Media, and Bezels. And we're just going to drag this one over here. Now make sure you don't do this and drag it into one of the folders. Kind of do it over to the side here to where one of the folders is not selected, or if you don't do that, it'll go into one of the folders and you don't want that. So you want it to go like that into its own folder in the main bezels directory. Okay, so let's move on. Next up, since we're already in media here, let's go over to fade, and let's go into the fade folder on the left, and let's copy Sega Model 3 again, bring it over here. Okay, that's done. So let's go back to database now, and over here again, go to databases, same thing, just drag it over. We're just dragging everything right over. Okay, let's back up and let's go to emulator. Again, emulator over here. Let's drag it over.
Fuck mother.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, oh, Jesus Christ. What is up, everybody? Welcome to Gaming Pastime Plays Cruisin' World on the
Fuck
Nintendo
Bumble.
64. Not what we're playing.
Oh, I gotta get that
Is the music
game.
up? Is the volume up, you fuck mother?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, oh, Jesus Christ. This game is about the music.
It might be loud. Who knows?
I'm
ready for it.
And did we configure the controllers?
Yeah, can I press start here?
I guess so.
supply circuit right here, or maybe something with the transformer.
The reason is because this receiver is actually going into protection mode as soon as you plug it into the wall. The way to bypass this temporarily is the following key code, and I'm going to show you that right now. So as you can see, the receiver is plugged in here and I have no power. The light's not on. 8 ohms. It does say that it's stable in 6 ohm operation. However, Pioneer does not give a rating on that on their website, at least. I will have to check the manual and see. I might do that a little bit later. Put it on DVD, that it would be on another source. So it would be, say, DVD, and it would actually be coming out on, say, tape 1 or something like that. Did Pioneer get that, folks, that do accept banjo plugs? Much like the terminals, in fact, that's for sure. We also have our speaker board down here. It's interesting that this combines the main, or perhaps battery. Indicates that this thing is 36 point some odd pounds. Definitely an impressive display of equipment here. We here are housing the Noble resistors that will feed the bias control voltage to the transistors. There's definitely a lot of them here. There's also a lot of heatsink here. There are closed in the board. These are all the speaker protection relays down here, and hopefully none of those are blown like they were in the VS6820. I don't think so. This receiver wasn't sold as being unable to turn on like the other one was. We do have some Elna caps right here, which is a good sign. Those are on the S-Video input card right here. Looks like we have some more Elnas right here. And these are going into the video input, composite inputs right here. So the first thing I want to do on this is I'm going to go ahead and blow this thing out. I'm going to go ahead and test it here and demo it a little bit and see what the exact problems are of this receiver before I go ahead and put the cover back on. Maybe those problems don't really exist. I don't know, but that's what we're going to find out next. You can see the receiver has powered itself on, and I have already confirmed that the volume control in fact does not work correctly. And I'll give you a good demonstration of that right here. As you can see, when you turn it, it doesn't really have a clue what direction it should be going. Although after playing with it a little bit, you can definitely get it to sort of respond to the direction that you're trying to go with it. So applying some deoxide into that will definitely fix that problem. I'm going to have to do that before I can demonstrate it should be going. Although after playing with it a little bit, you can definitely get it to sort of respond to the direction that you're trying to go with it. So applying some deoxide into that will definitely fix that problem. I'm going to have to do that before I can demo this, because I don't want this thing to suddenly go to plus that the volume control in fact does not work correctly. And I'll give you a good demonstration of that right here. As you can see, when you turn it, it doesn't really have a clue what direction it should be going.
Hey, I'm Hannibal, and this is a Harmon engineer.
Hey, are we still good to meet in 5?
With the transformer. what we need to do is continue on and
Okay, my amplifier says stuck on headphones input, even though there's no headphones plugged in. The model number is VSX919. Insert a little bit of wire between these two pins so that to disable the headphones feature. Probably you could find a way if you need the headphones to get this to work, but I'm just going to pull this ribbon cable out and put a little bit of wire in between those last two pins at the bottom, and then close the header up again in order to get this amplifier working again for me. Simple enough thing. Now I'm going to put this in the bottom two pins down there, and close that up. Close the header, a little bit of wire, put the cable out if you need to disable the wire between these two pins. So that to disable the headphones feature. Probably you could find a way if you need the headphones to get this to work, but I'm just going to pull this ribbon cable. And tape up the ribbon cable in case I want to do something with that later on. Now let's have a look, see if it's working now. There we go, so this one's okay, and yeah, so that these buttons used to say headphones in only, so it seems to be fixed that feature.
Let's look again. Fire channel. And a bad amplifier channel. And a bad amplifier channel. Once again, a good amplifier channel. And a bad amplifier channel.
20 minutes ago, I made a video on the main system about what I was testing the low pass filter, showing you guys how it was and playing different songs and stuff. I recorded it. Anyway, you're probably wondering at this moment, why has he got the Pioneer app open? Yeah, we've got some problems here. I was playing the song last song I was going to play, and it played for about 10 seconds, and then boom. Well, it didn't make any noise at all actually, it just shut off. And the power light, everything was gone. And I was like, shit. So I opened it up and discovered it was extremely dirty inside, blew it out in here with a blower vac. Worked pretty good. It was loaded with dust. Anyway, so then I tried it again after that, nothing. Which obviously, I didn't think it was going to do anything. And anyway, see this fuse? Yeah. Let's take it off and look at it in a minute. But before I go and do that, you guys, when I first put this in my room, you guys found out that it has been previously repaired. And I think my dad said that one of the amps in this blew up. It's got 2 amps, one for the stereo and one for the stereo output. It's got like a 5.1 channel in it or something, and it must have had 2 amps for that, and one blew up or something like that. And I can confirm this because there's supposed to be a fuse there, as you can see, and it's just nothing. And if the people that replaced this machine have written a footer number sticker over it, saying what fuse I need, I guess. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I'll just take this fuse out and we'll get better.
My name is Tamara Solorzano. I'm write any.
Doing some audio equipment here. I've got a Denon receiver.
Okay, so here we have our next project. It is a Pioneer SA7500 stereo integrated amplifier, and it's rated at about 40 watts per channel, but you're going to see the way this thing's built. Very over-engineered. This was the golden era of Pioneer. You had Pioneer, Kenwood, Sansui, and Marantz, and they were all putting out their very finest products at the time. So I picked this up on eBay, relatively inexpensive. It doesn't work, and to my understanding there's no output. It doesn't even, the relay doesn't even kick when you turn it on. So when I plug it in, it does light up. Nope, doesn't even light up. Doesn't even come on. So basically we're going to have to start at square one, take the cover off, and find out what's going on. Definitely needs cleaned up by the looks of it. The thing you could ever hope for is for it to be totally vintage and totally untouched. That way you have a good chance of finding any problems and repairing them and not have to undo something that somebody else may have previously done. So flip it up. As we can see, everything looks pretty stock. Not bad. So let's take a couple of preliminary tests. First thing I want to do is just do a static measurement of the output transistors to make sure none of those are shorted. Now obviously we're not going to be able to test all the characteristics, and we're not going to 100% prove that they're good or bad, but we certainly can at least rule out the possibility of dead shorts. So we have 3 wires for each of the elements of each transistor, base emitter and collector, for each of them, and they're on these little handy posts. So all we're going to do is just kind of go through like this, set our meter to ohms, and measure it. You can see our first one, we're reading an open circuit. At least it's not shorted. Second one, nothing. And our third one. $154 ohms. And of course I'm not on diode check right now, I'm just on ohms because I'm really mostly concerned about just a dead short and nothing else. So let's go to our second one, and you get the point. So we check it, no problems, no problems. $154 ohms. So I'm going to do this with the other two, and then we'll be back. So just like the first two, the second set, the second pair here, also checked out good. So, and the nice thing is they all match. So we don't see any strange differences in resistances or anything like that. So the next thing I think I'm going to look at is we're going to flip this thing up. I looked at these fuses, I ohmed them out, and you can see the 3 fuses in there. And if I hit some light, you can really see them. They're all good. So we do not have an open fuse. So that's a good sign. Now, the next thing we want to check is we're going to put this up on like this, and we're going to go and find the leads of the transformer. And you can see there's the green set of winding with the green wires, winding with the red wires, and looks like a winding with the brown wires. Or probably there's a center tap also somewhere with these. We'll figure that out. And then we're also going to, there's your input. So let's just check and see what kind of voltages we're getting out of this. Okay. For starters, we have 3 red wires going up in here, which I'm going to assume you've got 2 power wire, 2 outside of the windings of the secondary, and then a center tap is what I'm assuming, but we're not sure of this yet. We're going to kind of figure it out as we go along. And what I've done is, if you notice here, I'm using my limiter. Basically all this is an outlet, and goes up to this bulb fixture, and I can change these bulbs out for different loads and get enough of a load to drive the circuit, but enough of a cushion there with that filament that if we have a short, it's going to take the hit and rather than the circuitry inside, so we don't have to worry about damaging anything. Now obviously our voltages will be a little bit low, but again, I don't care the exact voltage. What I care is that there is voltage and that we have continuity. Okay, so I did ohm these windings out. They look to be good, so that's good news. So let's turn it on and see what we get. Okay, our first winding here, I'm reading about 30 volts AC, and if I move up to this one, I'm thinking one of these is going to be a center tap, so we see what we get. There's 60 volts. So I have 60 volts, and that's from end to end of the transformer. And then I have 30 on one side and 30 on the other side. So at least we know now our main windings for our main power supply for the output section is putting out good voltage. Okay. Next we want to check these green windings. Those are probably a lower voltage, maybe to drive light bulbs or drive amps or something like that. So let's see what it does. Wow, that's a high one, 76 volts. So we have a 76.8 volts right there. Okay. And let's see. I think these other ones, we checked the greens and the reds. The other ones are going to be center taps to other things, and we're going to, let's take a look at that. This white wire. 30 volts, that's tied to the same thing. So, bottom line, we have power. We're in good shape with that. So now let's go over to our DC, and let's see what we have with that. Right now we go across these two big filter caps. We should get our positive and negative voltage for our output section. So let's check that here. Come right back. Okay, I'm going across the first of the two capacitors, so this is probably going to be our positive voltage, being that the black wire is tied. Well, it could be a negative also. We'll see. Well, but the common lead between the two capacitors is this black lead here. So I can just stay on that. So my first one, if I turn it on, we're getting around 40 volts, negative 40 volts DC. And if we go over to this other one, we get positive 40. So that's a good sign. Our rectifiers are working. If we want to check for excessive ripple, all we got to do is move over to our millivolt AC setting. And you can see we're sitting at about 13, 14 millivolts of ripple, which is minimal. That's not a problem. So there doesn't seem to be a heavy load on this. So at this point in the game, I am inclined to think that there's something going on in the power supply, or one of the small transistors is not working properly and it's not pulling in the safety contactor, the little relay that prevents damage to the circuit if it sees DC where it doesn't want it, or sees unwanted voltages in certain areas. So we're going to get some schematics out, and we're going to troubleshoot this, and I say this is a very good candidate for a full restoration, because obviously all of our power is good. It's original circuitry that hasn't been tampered with, and we have a good transformer, and we have even some DC voltages going on. So it's going to be basic troubleshooting and restoration. So let's flip it around and get some schematics and see where we are from there. Okay, the old saying, they don't build them like they used to, applies to this thing. That is a solid chunk of aluminum. It weighs a ton. I can't believe how just super... These letters are carved in. They're not decals. This thing is just built fantastic. This balance knob is a solid machined piece of aluminum. It weighs a ton, as does these. These are solid aluminum. Just super built. Just thought you'd like to see that. So we're going to take this apart the rest of the way so we can get down to the power supply. Well, one of the first things I'm noticing here, I think you can see it, is the entire inside of this thing is covered with a thick oily film of something. I don't know what, but you could see when I wipe it how it's just filthy. And if I wipe it with the rag, you can see it's real black. It is all over everything. It's all over the fuses. You know, everywhere I wipe, I'm getting this stuff. I don't really know what it is. It's almost like somebody bathed it in tuner lube or something. I don't know, but even on the bottom of the board here, I'm getting this stuff just everywhere. Not quite as bad on the bottom as it is on the top. And I don't really think this is so much dirt as something, I don't know, something was sprayed in here or on here or something. But you can see, pretty bad. So I'm going to do a quick cleaning on this a little bit and then move forward with checking the power supply. As you can see, 4 screws out of the faceplate. This module just lifts right out and out of the way, and you can see this whole thing is modular. It is built to be worked on, and it is very, very sturdy. So, alright, when I find some things out, I'll be back. Alright, so far this is where we stand. When I go over to here, which is the safety protect circuit, I'm on the ground here, and I look at pins 26 and 27 here and here. Both of them, I believe, need to be 0 volts. And I've got right now on pin 26, I've got 0 volts. And on pin 27, I've got 3 volts. So I believe pin 27 is where we're getting our trouble. Now if we go to that goes to the power amp board, pin 18. So let's see where our power board went, which is right here. And we look at pin 18, and that's back in here somewhere. So maybe one of these 2 transistors is shorted. So that's going to be my next test. Q10 and Q8. And see what those look like. And then I'm also going to compare it to here. I'm going to check my 1.2 volts on the base, and then we're going to see what our outputs are. So we'll be right back. Okay. When we look here, we need to have our negative 1.2 volts on each of these bases. And we need to have a positive 1.2 on the base of the other transistor, these 2 drivers. And of course we have this 100 ohm resistor, so that's going to be a little bit, if I measure on either side of this, I should have negative 1.2 and a little bit less than positive 1.2 here. So let's see what we get. If I go to the first one, I have 1 volt and negative 1.2. I would say that's about right. When I go up to this one, this channel, 1.7, and it's kind of bouncy, moving around, and 4 volts moving around. So this channel up here definitely has a problem with probably either a leaky capacitor or a leaky transistor. So we're going to go back and we're going to look through some of these other voltages and see what we get from there. Okay, so here's where we are so far. After going through and measuring all these voltages in here, I found that where we were losing it was in this section. And originally, if we looked at it, let's see here, this side here was given problems at first. This side was kind of trying to work. And then eventually this side started drifting. The values were drifting all over the place. And as it comes out, I'm thinking these little transistors here, at least one of these guys, either are Q5 or Q6, which are these little guys right here. One of them was actually leaky. The other thing I found was these two 47 microfarad capacitors. If you see this one here, I don't know if it'll focus. You can see the crud and crust coming out of it. It's starting to leak, but it measured okay, which was strange. This one here is clean, but you can see it's kind of getting puffy. They were starting to go. So I ended up taking all the transistors out, cleaning these, testing them. They were all good. New heatsink grease, cleaned them, put them back together. Then I just redid this entire board. All new transistors, all new capacitors. Pioneers have a reputation of these small transistors on here leaking and so forth, going bad, getting noisy. So I just didn't want to have to deal with that down the road. So I replaced them all. And I also replaced these pots, these 1-turn pots, with 10-turn pots, which make it a lot easier when aligning it. I didn't have these types for these 10Ks, so I just kind of made up my own little invention there. They're pretty tight. I hot glued them in and so forth, and they look good. So everything's same or higher rating as far as the transistors are concerned. Same with the capacitors. And I guess we'll get this put back in and see if we fixed it. Okay, got all this put back together. Got everything wired up. Got all the wires hooked back up. And now for the moment of truth, and see if our relay kicks in. Let's listen very carefully. Turn it on and see. Oop, there it went. All right. So we have success. So now we're going to connect the meter, and let's just see if we have a little bit of, have any kind of DC offset bias or anything that's way off or anything. Probably not, because the safety relay's coming in, so we're good, but let's hook up a meter and see what we get. I'm just going to go right across the speaker terminals and see if we have any kind of DC there. Alright, so I'm on the left channel, and we got our meter here. Little bit of voltage, about 0.2 of a volt, and that's just because our offset needs tweaked, I'm sure. So let's move over to here. Look at this channel. That one's almost perfect. Only got about 78 millivolts. 78 millivolts. So at least we know right now everything is good in the power amp. Now I'm not going to feed any signals into it or try anything like that yet. But I do think now it's safe to go through and finish recapping the rest of the amp, getting rid of these old capacitors, and I'm debating which of these transistors I want to switch out, because I may still decide to replace a couple of them, but I may also probably just go ahead and do the recap, and then we'll look at just to see if there's any noise coming out of the preamp. If it's not noisy, then maybe we'll just leave all the transistors in as they are, and see what we get. Alright, we'll be back after we do the recap. One more little note. By the looks of it, everything's working now. Again, I believe it was this little driver transistor that was bad, and that one capacitor. Although that leaky capacitor, strangely enough, when I connected it up to the ICO cap checker At 50 volts, it was not showing any leakage, and I hooked it up to the Sen core, and same thing, it was reading pretty close in capacitance. It was a little bit off, which I would expect. These are 20% devices, and again, very, very little leakage. So even though there was some crud coming out of it, and this is not glue from the board, this is actual electrolyte, it was still kind of hanging in there. Now who knows under temperature and things like that what would happen, but I'm not taking chances. These caps are all old. They've been sitting here a long time. Electrolytics, they just kind of, after a while, they go bad. So if you're going to keep anything for a long time, I highly recommend, for what they cost, to replace them. Okay, a little update here. Working on this power supply board, this is what I keep running into, and you can see how bad these capacitors here are leaking. I don't know if I can focus in on it or not, but they're in pretty bad shape. So I think it's a good thing I'm going through and replacing all these. They're pretty end of life, I think. So I think this was a good decision to go ahead and recap this whole thing. Who knows what it would have performed like if I wouldn't have done this. So just a little update. So we got all the caps done, got everything all put back together, getting ready to reassemble, and I just made up this little circuit board, and it's basically designed to retrofit where the old capacitors went. It'll go right over top of those two holes right there, and that way we can put our modern replacement capacitors, and these are special low ESR audio quality caps, and they'll fit right in here and make for a neat install. So we'll get that fitted up, get it put in, and we'll take a look at that in a little bit. I stayed up last night and finished fitting the new capacitors into the receiver. I mounted the board and soldered in the capacitors and the wires, and it was about 11 o'clock last night, and I powered it up, made sure everything worked, and sure enough, everything came up perfectly. So this is about it's a plus and minus 40 volt power supply. This morning I'm back at the bench here, and as you can see, it is 8:36. So from 11 o'clock to 8:36 in the morning here, I came down and just checked on these new capacitors. I haven't turned it on, haven't powered it up since 11, and look at this. 31 volts still sitting there. I would say those are some pretty darn good capacitors. Unbelievable. And the really amazing thing, here are the new capacitors. I'll turn the thing around. And here are the old, because here's one of the old capacitors. For comparison, same rating, 10,000 microfarads, 50 volts. What a difference. But anybody who doubts that these newer, smaller, smaller size capacitors can keep up, technology has progressed. And this is one of the reasons you recap these classic amps to keep them up to their original performance. These capacitors, the old ones, did work. They tested good, the capacitance tested good, the leakage tested decent, but of course they would never hold hold a charge like that. Just goes to show these newer capacitors are so much better. But anyways, I just thought that would be interesting to check that out and see how everything looked. But definitely, I think we're ready to move forward and do some testing and do some aligning. Really, all we have to set is the bias and the and the DC balance, and this thing should be ready to give it some tests. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, another update here. I've just made up this little board and attached it to this little shield under here, and all it is a little voltage regulator to drive my little LED upgrade. The grain of wheat bulb was burned out, and I decided to go LED, and this is a little overkill. I probably could have done a diode and resistor thing, but figured this will give better life to the LED by regulating the voltage, and it works really well. So I'm going to put this together and finish cleaning everything up, get the faceplate on. I soaked all the knobs in some cleaner and they came out beautiful. So next thing is to start putting it together. Well, we've hit a little bit of an impasse here. As it turns out, two of the substitute transistors I used in here, these ones here, are not compatible with the circuit. When we look here, these two little pre-drivers, they need to set up your actual DC balance, and it's done by biasing this Q1 and Q2. When I first changed the transistors out, this channel actually worked perfectly and came right in. This side would not, I couldn't zero it out for DC balance, which means there was always about 65 millivolts sitting on the speaker terminals. Now, I looked up the transistors, and what I failed to pay attention to the first time I did this was that these transistors, these two SA726s, are not like a normal standard replacement transistor. They're actually a high gain, even though they're not Darlington. They're high gain and extremely low noise. And they are very tight tolerance gain also. A lot of transistors, they give you a typical gain and they can be all over the place from there. These ones need to be a very specific kind. So what that means is I could probably swap out, I tried swapping out another set, it didn't make it any different. I can keep going through what I have to find some that work, but long story short, I went ahead and I ordered the correct replacements. So they were 89 cents a piece, so why not? So until those come in, we're kind of at a little bit of a holding pattern. So in a couple of days, when this comes back, we'll return to our project. It's a few days later, and I got my transistors in. There they are, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I just went through and followed this little simple 2-page instruction. The first thing they have you do is just crank the bias all the way off, or way down to minimum. And then they have you take VR3 and VR4, measure pins 3 and pin 7 with respect to ground, and just adjust them for 0 volts, which is basically nulling out your push-pull pair so that there's no offset sitting on the speaker terminals, which I did. Left it warm up for a while. And right now we're at the bias set. So we have our 2 bias pots, and we sit for an idle current with, strangely enough, a 5.1K resistor on the inputs, which I just kind of made up these little 5.1K resistors there, and adjusted these 2 bias pots, and I've just been sitting here and watching them, sitting right under 30 millivolts, and they seem to be holding just fine. Touching all of the transistors, they're running very cool. I kind of did a little substitute. These are not the correct exact replacements, but they're a 5-watt NPN transistor, and I put these little heat sinks on them. They still get a little bit warm, you can feel them, but not nearly like the ones that were in there. So I think they'll last a lot longer and hold up a lot better. The rest of these are just absolutely cold to the touch. So this thing's idling with just absolutely no current, which is perfect. I'm going to let this cook for a little while, and then we're going to go ahead and connect everything up to the signal generator and to the scope, and we're going to measure the throughput and see what kind of wattage we get out of it, and see what kind of frequency response we get out of it, and see how flat it tracks the frequency, and it should be ready to button up and call this one done. So I'm going to wait a little bit and then switch over to our test setup for the frequency and power. Okay, we're all set up here with our test jig. I'm going into the auxiliary input, and I'm using my 2-channel signal generator. I'm set up for 1 kilohertz with 160 millivolts out on each channel. I'm going into my oscilloscope, 20 volts per division. Going across my dummy load resistors. And I've got my AC true RMS voltmeters right here going right across each of the speaker terminals so we can see what kind of voltage we get. So let's bring it up until we just hit clipping. So we start coming up. Right there. Notice when it clips exactly the same amount top and bottom and exactly the same amount on both channels. Let's bring it till it just fades out. Right about there is good. And if we look here, it's like we're running about 21 volts. Okay. Check and see. Yep. About 21.5, but let's just call it 21.2. There is no clipping at all, and we're looking at 21.2 volts. So let's get this. I'm going to leave that cook like that for a little bit. 21.2 times 21.2 equals, divide that by 8 ohms. I am getting 56 clean watts per channel out of a 40 watt amplifier. That just tells you how wonderfully overbuilt these things are. Obviously the power supply was there to be able to provide the extra power to get that extra 10 watts out of it, but as you can see, I'm getting 16 more watts than it was rated at. This is only rated, I believe, at 40 watts per channel. I might be wrong, maybe 45, but no more than 45. But I am getting way over that. I've been idling at that steady full output power now, all since we were talking. This is barely even getting warm to the touch to even feel it. These are staying ice cold, the drivers. Current limiting resistors, they're warm. They have some heat on them. I can hold my finger on them, but it's uncomfortable, but not terrible. They all feel about the same. And yeah, I'm pretty happy. So the next thing I want to do is I want to check and see through the different frequencies. I want to see how this tracks. So if I'm getting, for instance, we're going to set this to just for the peaks to just be within the graticule there. So we're going to adjust that. We're going to adjust that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and change my frequency. So if I go from here and I change it to, first thing we're going to go is we're going to go to 30 hertz. We're going to go real low frequency, and we're going to match them up. We're going to align the phase, and then we got to bring our time way down. And if you look, right inside exactly where we left it. Now we're going to go to a high frequency, so we're going to go to 20 kilohertz. Align phase. And let's see here. We're losing it there. So we got a little bit of, got some problems on that one. So let's go drop down 10 kilohertz. Align phase. Nope, we're having a problem. So we have a channel that went out. But according to our meter, it's reading it. So it might be just my scope acting funny. Alright. Strangely enough, my scope is tracking, or my voltmeter is tracking. My scope is not. I don't know if something has gone. There it is. Loose connection on my scope. Sorry. Okay. Back to where we were. Alright. 20 kilohertz. Nothing like having to troubleshoot your test equipment. Align phase. Exactly in between the two graticules. And we'll go back. Now we're going to go all the way down to 20 cycles. And we're going to take this way down. Right there. And let's just, for giggles and grins, go down to 10 cycles and see what happens. Look at that. 10 cycles per second. Perfect. So let's move our amplitude up. Go back up to our 22 volts or so. 20 volts. There. And if you notice, I have a wee little bit of a noise tick in there. But all in all, that's a pretty clean signal for 10 cycles. 10 hertz. Obviously you can't hear 10 hertz. And that's putting a little bit of warmth onto the heatsink. Not horrible, but
Hi, my name is Matt Tucker. I'm a programmer and I attend Coding Dojo. By the first month, you start to realize I can already build stuff. I can already do these things I've learned how to do where I couldn't do this a month ago. You go through it and...
Well, today I'm doing some audio equipment here. I've got a Denon receiver. This one happens to be an AVR 788. AVR 788.
VSX 530K. Start off with the basics here. Here's obviously the box that came in. There you go. Nice shot of it here. I did pick this up at Best Buy, and the price is what really sold me on this. I've had Pioneer receivers in the past, and I've never had a problem with any of them, so I figured I'd give this one a try. And price, $250. you really can't beat that for a new receiver, man. It's got your 4K pass-through. It's got the HDCP 2.2 for 4K. My television is a 4K with the HDCP 2.2 as well. So I'm pretty future-proofed with buying this receiver and my 4K TV for when the 4K Blu-ray players come out next year. I should be all ready to go because the Blu-ray players that come out will be using this as well. So good to go after buying this, man. Like I said, $250, not a bad deal, guys, to be so-called future-proofed for a while. Hopefully at least a year, right? So things that came in the box, of course, you get your antennas that should come with any halfway decent receiver. You get your bag of goodies. Once again, yes, the instruction manual is on CD, but you have to expect that nowadays from anything. It does give you a little guide. Of course, you get your little pamphlets here, your safety brochure, your warranty info, all that good stuff. Additional information, yada yada yada. Now this one does provide you with a halfway decent, quick start guide, as they call it. It's got some pretty handy information. Most of us home theater and audio guys already pretty much know what's in here. The main thing I like the instruction manual for is the remote, because obviously every receiver has different commands and things on the remote, so they're always fun to look through. Like I said, this is just a quick little one. If you guys want to download, obviously, the whole instruction manual, you have to use the CD. But yeah, anyway, at least they included this just for a quick reference guide. But also, obviously, you get the remote. I guess I'll go in depth with that a little more. But it's not bad. It's not too cheap feeling. Pretty ergonomic. But all your basics on here. Another cool thing that I'll show you in a minute here, it does have the on-screen display, which is fantastic for any receiver, especially in the $250 price range. So let's check out the actual receiver. Alright guys, so bear with me here. Excuse me. My little home theater room is quite a mess right now. Obviously it doesn't usually look like this, but anyway. So here we go. Here is the receiver, your basic black. It is a nice brushed finish on the front. The rest of it is a flat, matte black, I guess you could say. But the top and the front does have that nice brushed looking black finish. Hopefully I pick it up here because it is a black receiver. The knobs on this one are fairly large, as you can see. I'm not used to them being quite that big, but I kind of like it. Doesn't look bad. Just something different, I guess. Obviously, of course, you get your sticker on there with all your good stuff on it. I usually wind up peeling this thing off because I just like a nice clean look. But anyway, here's the actual front of the receiver itself. Fairly basic. It does have some buttons that you can still use, obviously, by physically pressing them in. Most of the time, obviously, I just use the remote. But overall, it's a nice, clean-looking receiver. Once again, for this price point, very nice. It does have some height to it. I guess it's maybe 7 inches total in height. You just have your brand name on it, obviously, and the model number over here, and your two big knobs. The display screen is standard size. Looks standard. Turn it on here for you. Now, one thing that I did notice about this, you really got to crank this thing up. I mean, as far as like the numbers go, last night I was watching a movie on it just to test it out. And I had it up to like, 60 or 65, which is kind of odd for me for receivers in the past. It's usually, 20. I can even have it in the negatives sometimes, you know, when I'm not running my air conditioner or something like that. But usually I kept my receivers around 18 to 20, and that sounded pretty loud. But this one, like I said, I had it cranked up well over 60. But just the type of receiver it is, I guess. Never got hot all night long. I watched a whole Blu-ray movie and about 4 hours worth of Chuck on Netflix. Never had a problem with it. Never shut off. Never overheated. Well, I would hope not since it's brand new, but just for a full night of really letting it work itself, you know what I mean? So never had one problem with it. But yeah, I guess we can check out the back of it now. The feet on it also are pretty cool. They are round, gloss black on the feet, which is pretty cool. I like the way it looks. So yeah, we can check out the back of it now. Oh, actually, I'll show you one more thing on the front here. Obviously, you do have your headphone input and your USB input up front as well. So those are two good things as well. Alright, so for the back of the receiver here, get a little bit of a light going on this thing, but let's see here. Now the back is, as you can see, pretty basic. Like I said, guys, I still do have all the wires in here. Last night I had it hooked up to test it out, but as you can see, it is very basic, which I kind of like. There's not a million inputs on the back of here that I know I'll never freaking use. So you got your coaxial, you got a digital, optical, of course. You got 4 inputs and 1 output. So making this get on the ball is no deal at all, man. Just basic, simple stuff. You got your antennas down here. If you still wanted to use RCAs for some things, which I don't know who would. You have 1 subwoofer output, so this is only a 5.1, guys. This isn't a 7-channel or anything like that. Like I said, it's basic $250 receiver from Pioneer, but what it does do, it does well. So obviously, like I said, there's your subwoofer, and then your speakers. You get 2 turn downs, and of course you get your center and surround as push-ins. Not the greatest deal, but hey, I'll take it. Like I said, it makes everything super easy, man. So yeah, your speaker impedance from 6 ohm to 16 ohms, and I'm running 8 ohm speakers, so no problems there at all. Your manufacturer, it was made right here. It says June 2015. Although this is the first time I've seen it in the store was this month. So yeah. Anyway, like I said, guys, the back very, very, very basic, but it gets the job done and it works well. So yeah, there's the entire back of the receiver. Totally and completely basic, man. You plug in and you go out to the monitor. That's it. Plug in your speakers. Good to go. It's nice though. It's clean. Everything's worded nice. Once again, obviously it's metal. No stickers or anything like that. It's all printed on there, so you know you don't have to worry about stuff peeling off, because I hate that. But you shouldn't expect that nowadays, especially with a decent brand name. But yeah, guys, there is the back of it. Now I'll show you some of the on-screen stuff. Alright, guys, so fairly basic stuff here with the remote. Like I showed you before, it's got all the necessities that you need and some that you don't really use. Obviously, your inputs are right here. Nice and clean and clear once again. Like I said, the remote doesn't feel cheap or chintzy. It does not light up though. Not a big deal to me, but I guess for some people when you're watching a movie in the dark, and but I got little lights over there anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me. But anyway, I wanted to show you the on-screen stuff. You go to your home menu button, obviously here, just give that a push, and it will bring up your menu. There you go. Once again, pretty basic, not that great looking, but it gets the job done. You go through here, your manual speaker setups, input, assign, auto power down, HDMI setup. I went through some of this stuff last night. You got to turn your ARC on because it's off. Standby through, I have that off right now, and there's your 4K settings as well. I'll go ahead and hit the return button. Take you back to some of the other stuff. For the manual speaker setup, fairly basic once again. I'll go in here and show you this real quick. You can do your speaker settings, your crossovers, your channel level, and speaker distance. I never really used any of this except for the channel level. Speaker settings sometimes I did go through, but I'll show you the channel levels. You got your test tone. Obviously you can do it manually, which I always do, or you can do it automatic. So yeah, I go manual. And then it does this. Every Pioneer receiver I have takes a while to do this. And then once again, you know, it'll display your sounds and all that. This is just where I have mine set up currently. But like I said, guys, it's nothing spectacular, just very basic. But the on-screen menus to me is just a must-have. It's so much more convenient, as you guys know. But like I said, it's nothing great looking by any means, but it does get the job done. In this price range, I wouldn't expect much more. You got your speaker distance. I run all these the same unless I'm really having a problem with my sound that I can't figure out, or something just doesn't sound right to me. Then I'll start messing with this. But basically, I can just use my you know, the channel level, the speaker level, and I can get pretty much where I want to be. Crossover I didn't really use yet. Sometimes that's pretty fun. Frequency is 100. I usually go between 80 and 100. Right now I have it at 100 and everything sounds good, so I haven't messed with that yet. Let's see here, settings. I set all of them to small. Subwoofer, yes. But explaining the small and large is a totally different video, but most of you guys already know that stuff anyway. I can run through some of these real quick, guys, just so you can see what I got going on here, and just show you the different things on the menu. But anyway, yeah, that's basically it. Like I said, nothing too spectacular, guys. So just wanted to show you that real quick. Now, overall, so far for using it for one day and night, playing it for, like I said, maybe 6 hours straight, never had a problem. The 4K pass-through worked fantastic for watching Netflix and stuff like that. No jittering. The sound is great. I'm using the Onkyo setup right now. Just like I said, a 5.1. Obviously, it's a 5.1 receiver, but I just wanted to test this one out and give a quick review of it. And overall, I'm very impressed with it, guys. The picture looks fantastic. And like I said, the sound is great. Obviously, another thing on here, which a lot of receivers don't have anymore without having to go into the menu, you still do have your bass and treble buttons, which I do love that. I appreciate that so much, without having to fumble in through, you know, going to the on-screen menu and then finding your bass, finding your treble, all that. I love having that right here. It does have your buttons too for the types of surround sound. You know, you got all your either game or classic music hall. You know, you got all those type of settings. Of course, push of a button. You got Pioneer's eco mode, which actually does dim the receiver and the sound a little bit. You can have automatic shutdown. Like I said, just good stuff, guys, especially for the price of this receiver. So like I said, I mean, as far as sound goes and picture quality, no problem at all. The receiver is very well priced for what it is. You get your HD CP 2.2, so that's a great thing. You get good enough HDMIs, 4 of them, so right now that's plenty for what I'm running. And for most people, you know, you can run all your game stations and stuff like that, Blu-ray players. Yeah, $250, guys. It's a good buy. It looks good. It sounds good. Very easy to operate. Very basic, but it is nice so far. I highly recommend it, man. So yeah, that's it. Hopefully that should do it. And if you guys have any questions about it, don't hesitate to ask me anything, and I'll try and answer as best I can. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Take the RX V677 for a spin and reap the rewards of a powerful network audio video receiver.
With Wi-Fi, network music sources, along with AirPlay and HTC Connect, the power and flexibility to conveniently play and control music directly from your smartphone or tablet is truly amazing. Enjoy the graphic user interface and view artwork on the menu settings, sources, and album information. Additionally, this receiver is ahead of its time with 4K video upscaling that will take standard or high-definition signals and upconvert them to 4K video. Tuning the audio in the main zone is easier than ever with YPAL microphone calibration. This model offers additional strengths with YPAL volume, where it learns the characteristics of your listening environment and ensures bass frequencies, even at low volumes. Want to watch a movie in the theater and have music play in another area of the house simultaneously? With Zone 2 Audio, you can independently power speakers in the second zone with effortless control using the free AV Controller app found in major app stores. With 4K video upscaling that sports a graphic user interface, improved YPAL audio calibration, independent Zone 2 audio with network sources and control, choose the RXV677 to be the powerhouse of a fantastic multi-zone theater system.
The Sony DN1060 receiver delivers 165 watts of high-quality sound per channel that's individually and rigorously tuned by our Sony audio engineers. This 7.2 channel receiver supports high-resolution audio, which gives you more than 14 times the detail of MP3s, allowing you to listen to music and movies exactly the way the artist intended. The receiver uses the frame and beam chassis concept to support the weight of the power transformer and heatsink. This minimizes sound pressure, giving your speakers more focus, power, and speed. That's not all. The Sound Optimizer offers rich, dynamic sound at any volume level, while Pure Direct Mode preserves signal clarity and detail by switching off unnecessary processing circuitry to provide the clearest possible signal path with minimal electronic interference. All this attention to detail ensures you don't just hear your favorite music and movies. You feel the passion and nuances that went into creating them.
Denon presents Flawless Meets Wireless, the AVR S710W. The Denon AVR S710W is a perfect audio-video receiver with Wi-Fi functionality designed to fulfill all your home entertainment needs. Feel every dimension in Dolby Atmos, captivating multi-dimensional sound that fills your room and flows all around you to move your mind, body, and soul. Deliver the ultimate experience in immersive, engaging cinema sound to the home theater with DTS:X new object-based audio format. The 7.2 channel surround sound capability includes advanced configuration options. For example, it can deliver a separate stereo audio source to a second zone within your home. Control your AVR via our Denon Remote app, which is available in both iOS and Android versions, and also on the Kindle Fire. The AVR S710W not only allows you to play your music from your favorite Bluetooth device, it has also been specifically designed to easily connect with your home Wi-Fi network, letting you enjoy internet radio, as well as subscription streaming services such as Pandora, SiriusXM, and Spotify. Connect to your PC or Mac via AirPlay, DLNA 1.5, or make use of its Windows 8 compatibility. You see, the Denon AVR S710W is truly the perfect component, ready to take on the future. With 6 HDMI inputs, including one on the front panel, the AVR S710W provides tremendous connectivity options. Featuring the latest HDMI specification, all of this AVR's rear inputs bear full-rate 60Hz 4K Ultra HD capabilities. Also, all HDMI inputs support the latest HDCP 2.2 protocol for the transmission of copy-protected 4K video. With Quick Select, you can choose your favorite sources via a single button, and the specific audio settings will be recalled. It's incredibly quick and easy to get your home entertainment system up and running. Our exclusive setup assistant makes it a breeze. With the included measuring microphone, Odyssey's advanced multi-cue room acoustic measurement system perfectly matches your speakers to your room. All of this is achieved with remarkably low energy consumption thanks to the advanced Denon Eco Mode. Now that is a component to look forward to. In a nutshell, the AVR S710W features 7 discrete high-power, high-current capable power amp channels, advanced Wi-Fi and Bluetooth wireless functionality, 6 HDMI inputs, and 4K Ultra HD full-rate 60Hz pass-through for the ultimate video experience. Flawless meets wireless. The AVR S710W from Denon.
Onkyo's new TX8160 network stereo receiver bundles musicality and versatility on top of high current power that drives your speakers with depth and clarity. Get realistic sound imaging from Onkyo's powerful non-phase shift amp and premium AKM digital to analog converter, which authentically reproduces any audio format with its unique low distortion, sound enhancing filtering technologies. Built-in AirPlay, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth provide virtually limitless audio streaming options to your music and popular streaming services. The free Onkyo remote app puts control at your fingertips, from basics like volume, tone, and zone control to easy streaming selection. The TX8160 is also built for easy access to bass and treble controls, as well as 4 faceplate buttons that grant instant access to saved AM, FM, or internet stations. Just press one of these buttons to wake up the receiver from standby mode for instant radio. The TX8160 can also power on from wireless music streaming systems or cable boxes connected via optical. The versatility extends to a built-in phono equalizer for your turntable and digital and analog inputs, so it's ready for your collection of vinyl, CDs, and stored digital and high-res audio on PC or NAS drives. And the TX8160 is ready to fill your home with stellar sound, with both AB speaker terminals and Zone 2 pre-outs to an amplifier in a second room for simultaneously enjoying a different audio source. The TX8160 from Onkyo, where musicality meets versatility.
The Pioneer SC1223 is the first receiver in this year's Pioneer branded lineup to utilize our revolutionary Class D3 amplifiers. Taking a look at our Class D3 amplifiers and what they can accomplish will help you understand just how amazing this receiver really is. Pioneer's Class D3 amplifiers have some fantastic benefits. First of all, they're perfect for the latest high-resolution audio formats, such as Dolby True HD, DTS HD Master Audio, Apple Lossless, AIFF, WAV, and FLAC files. Those formats require an amplifier with great dynamic range and extremely wide frequency response. In other words, they need to be able to reproduce the highest highs and the lowest lows, as well as show all the detail in all types of music, from the softest whisper to the roar of a rock concert. Power is another key ingredient for the latest receivers. Modern receivers commonly have 7 channels of amplification, and those amplifiers are often used to power not only your home theater, but to power speakers in another room as well. Unlike traditional Class AB amplifiers, our Class D3 amplifiers don't significantly drop in power when all channels are driven to their maximum potential. Class D3 amplifiers are also strong enough to run 7 channels of 4 ohm speakers as well. That means you always get the absolute best performance out of all of your speakers all the time. Efficiency is another hallmark of our Class D3 amplifiers. Traditional Class AB amplifiers are commonly about 60% efficient. That means only 60% of the energy you're pulling out of your wall is turned into music. 40% is turned into heat. Class D3 amplifiers are over 90% efficient. That means more power to your speakers and less heat. Heat is not good for electronics. Generating less heat means you can place a Pioneer receiver with D3 amplifiers in a rack of AV gear without having to worry about building up potentially damaging heat. Class D amplification done right opens up a whole new world of detail and power never before been available in a receiver. Pioneer has been taking advantage of this technology since our $7,000 flagship receiver several years ago. We have continued to strive for Class D excellence in our pursuit of research and development of cutting-edge amplifier technology that delivers more multi-channel simultaneous power than our competitors. The SC1223 also has some impressive HDMI capabilities, including 8 HDMI inputs and 2 outputs, all of which are capable of 3D and 4K Ultra HD pass-through. In fact, the SC1223 can even scale all of your lower resolution sources to 4K Ultra HD, making sure all of your video looks as good as it possibly can on your new 4K Ultra HD TV. The SC1223 has 2 HDMI outputs. One is for your main home theater, and the other is a second zone HDMI. This means you can watch one HDMI source in your main home theater and watch a different HDMI source in another room. Pioneer continues to be a leader in smartphone connectivity. Not only can you plug in your iOS device into the front USB port for listening to your favorite music, but the front HDMI also doubles as an MHL 2.0 input for high-definition playback from smartphones and other devices. If you don't want to physically connect your smartphone, the SC1223 has you covered here as well. Push music to the receiver using AirPlay or HTC Connect, and roam free throughout your house while streaming music from your phone or tablet. AirPlay and HTC Connect are just a few of the networking features available on the SC1223. You can also use DLNA 1.5 to stream music from PCs or networked hard drives. The receiver will even handle high-resolution audio files, such as Apple Lossless and 192.24 FLAC, AIFF, or WAV files. If you're connected to the internet, you can use the built-in vTuner or Pandora features. The network connection also allows you to control the SC1223 either from Pioneer's iControl AV 2013 app for iOS and Android devices, or from third-party remote control systems such as Control4, Crestron, or Savant. Multi-room and multi-source is also available and made simple throughout most of the Pioneer line. The SC1223 gives you the option to run 3 zones of content. Use your main HDMI output for your home theater, while using the HD Zone HDMI output to watch something different in your second zone, and even power a third zone using 2 of the 7 channels of amplification or an outboard amplifier. The SC1223 even has a simple on-screen overlay to show volume and input on your main TV, which is especially helpful if the receiver is hidden away and out of sight. Powerful Pioneer Class D3 amplification, 4K Ultra HD HDMI, unsurpassed smartphone and networking capabilities, as well as custom install features, all add up to make the SC1223 an amazing receiver at an affordable price.
I'm Hannibal, and this is a Harman engineer. So I can access anything from the cloud through the car.
Yep. Plus, when your car is connected by Harman, your data is protected by our industry-leading cybersecurity.
From hackers?
Yeah, or anyone else who might be interested in your car's data.
Anyone is interested in those pictures of me doing that weird thing that I never did?
That's what the cybersecurity is for.
Stop picturing the photos I just described. I mean it. Stop it.
Okay. Not picturing.
Is your car connected by Harman?
Hi, I'm Robert Heron, and today we're going to learn what an AV receiver is and 5 things you should look for if you're considering buying one. AV receivers are designed to provide superior sound performance for your home theater, as well as simplify your media center. They are the intermediaries for not only your surround sound system, but also your TV set, cable satellite programming, Blu-ray DVD player, computer, and other media devices. They basically act as a central hub that manages and switches between devices. This allows you to simply move from input to input with the receiver versus connecting all the cables to the TV. In other words, AV receivers allow you to have compatible devices connected to them and at the push of a button are able to switch between devices without unplugging and switching cables. I know, pretty amazing. Now let's talk about the 5 features to look for in an AV receiver. Number 1, power. Power is very important because it defines the energy that can be delivered to the speakers. The more power a receiver has, the more energy can be output, which creates better frequency response, accuracy, and sound performance, not to mention the obvious louder sound. Number 2, inputs. As I mentioned earlier, your AV receiver is your entertainment hub. You'll need enough ports to handle all of your components. This receiver comes equipped with a versatile HD connection option for flexibility in connecting all of your devices, including 5 HDMI inputs for your video game system, Blu-ray disc player, and cable satellite box, and 2 component inputs for added HD-capable connectivity. Ideally, most of your devices will use an HDMI cable, as it is the best way to connect HD components because it delivers a 100% digital signal for true HD video and sound. Number 3, surround sound. If you're buying a receiver to build your home theater, then you're going to want multi-channel surround sound. The first part represents the number of different channels, think speakers, that a receiver can output to. A 5.1 receiver can send signals up to 5 speakers, plus a sub, and a 7.1 receiver can drive up to 7 plus a sub. The 0.1 represents the low frequency channel, which requires a specialized speaker known as the subwoofer. More speakers mean a fuller experience. Most movies on disc are 5.1, but the market is always moving up. For example, an increasing number of Blu-ray soundtracks contain 7.1 channels of information. So, a 7.2 channel is not a frivolous item, especially for the movie lover. If you're looking to distribute audio independently to a second room, many premium receivers feature this useful capability. Beware of potential hardware limitations with some multi-room receivers. For example, a 7.1 channel receiver may only support a 5.1 speaker setup when providing stereo sound to a second room. The speakers are the voice of the system, and there is no substitute for an in-person listening session with content that you frequently enjoy. Music fans, bring music to listen to. Movie lovers, bring a selection that you are familiar with, sonically speaking. Another rule of thumb is that, generally speaking, larger speakers usually sound better than smaller size speakers. You'll also want to look for a couple of video features called upconversion and upscaling. Together, these two features improve the image quality of analog connected devices to near HD. Analog connected device signals are converted to digital and output via HDMI, making one cable connection from the receiver to the HDMI-enabled TV possible. You'll be amazed at how great your non-HD programs will look. And if you're a movie buff, then you'll want the signal to pass through in film frame rate of 24p. So look for 24p pass-through. And if you're a 3D junkie, then some receivers on the market also pass through a 3D video signal. So your 3D Blu-ray movies can play on your big screen. Pretty cool. Number 5, connectivity. Not only will you want to connect all of your home theater components to your AV receiver, but what's really cool is connecting your portable devices without wires. This receiver has the ideal package for that. It has built-in Wi-Fi, so you can easily connect to the internet and your home network to access music stored on your computer, or built-in music services like Pandora. Plus, it's AirPlay enabled, which allows you to stream your music from your iPhone, iPod, or iTunes, along with compatible music apps. And not to worry if you're a non-iOS device user, it also comes equipped with Bluetooth, so you can stream music from your smartphone or tablet to the receiver. Your options are endless. Now let's recap the 5 features to look for in an AV receiver. Powerful. 5 or more inputs for components. Multi-channel surround sound. Upconverts and upscales non-HD signals. Connectivity for unlimited content. On behalf of Sony, I'm Robert Heron for Howdini. For more tips, check out sony.com/Howdini.
be complicated unit. You got a fairly sizable power transformer with about down to what I think would complicated unit. You got a complicated unit. Have 158, 160 volts DC. So we know that everything up to this current flowing through here at all, which we shouldn't, because this power supply is not really connected to 5,600 microfarads. That's going to be times 3. A lot of capacitance there. There's another capacitor right here on the output, and then that Zener diode, and that's basically it. It just hooks right up to this power cable and goes to the rest of the receiver. So somewhere in here, there's something going on. Could the diodes in here be shorted out? Could one of these capacitors be shorted out, or maybe the Zener's shorted out? What we could do is start taking components out one by one and checking the capacitors. I do have a capacitor tester. That wouldn't be terribly difficult, except for the fact that these things are basically glued in. They're like I've been doing. And I get a voltage drop across that inductor, then I'll know that the fault is on this side. If I apply a voltage on this side, like maybe across this capacitor, but I have no voltage through that inductor, that further concludes that same theory on this side and measure the voltage drop across this
in every which way. One way to tie everything together into one nice and easy package is use a plug-in on
Coming to you live from the Caribbean is Keith with another video tutorial. Today we're working on just a cool little wrap up on this Pioneer VXX 520 receiver. I finally did end up getting it going. I apparently busted this connector, the 115 volts that goes into the transformer. We had 115 volts coming out of it, so the connector at the time was good, but apparently
over there. And so I picked this up, found it in the trash. Alright, so this is actually my new project I have going on. It is a Pioneer Elite receiver. That's the model number over there. And so I picked this up, found it in the trash, and I want to see if I can get it to work. Now if we plug it in, we get an HDMI light blinking. Let's say HDMI is blinking. Press the power button. No relay. Press it again. No relay. No nothing. And it's just a soft press. And yeah. So I got no signs of light. So we're gonna plug it. And you heard that reason. That's why I put that there real quick. But if we plug it in, no relay, press the power button, no nothing. Unplug it, listen for it. Alright, that time I didn't even get a relay. Powering off. So we're going to take this thing off somehow. This is actually a nice unit. I actually like it. I can show you the back. There's your front. You have a front, you have a center, you have a surround, and then you have surround back and slash zone 2. And then you have front heights, which I don't know what that is either. You have your optical, you have your coaxial, you have your LAN, all your HDMIs, and then you have this down here. This is the HDMI board. Then you have it. Then you have an HDMI here. You have your channels. So if I can show you, all those little things are your channel something, and that goes on the heatsink. And they were actually very generous about putting this big heatsink on here. Then you have your sound. I think this is sound converter or either a sound amp. I'm not totally sure what that is. It's on every amplifier though. None of the capacitors seem to be blown, so that's why I didn't suspect that. That is your main audio output motherboard down there, and then this is your sound conversion right here with all the capacitors. And then that chip down there, that big black one screwed in, that is something to do with a sound. It's like one of the main chips. Don't quote me on what that is. I think something's wrong with the standby. So this is the power board here, and I'm suspecting standby, but with relays. I'm suspecting bad relays, and I don't see any relays on this motherboard actually, unless that's a relay. That black one right there, unless that's a relay. So it's actually quite easy to get to. So I can either try a new board, or I can try to replace that relay. I think there's supposed to be a light on the standby, so it might actually be that power board. Nope, I'm not getting any light there. I'm just getting that blinking HDMI. But at the same time, I don't understand why that would be blinking if it would be the standby board. Alright, so I took the power supply board out, and that might not actually be the problem anymore. Even though I'm still not hearing the relays, I think a sound channel might be messed up. They are sound channels down there, all those little things. I forget what I called it before, but they are sound channels. Transistors or something, resistors, sound channel resistors. Well, anyway, so I can't test this anymore because I don't have a multimeter, so I gotta pick one of them up. And yeah. So I gotta test all these little things down there, and that can't be done without taking this whole thing apart. This whole entire thing. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to just test this to make sure it's not that, and then if this looks to be fine, everything on here seems to be fine, because I gotta test all them little things, and I don't have a service manual, so I'm not going to be able to look and see where the zones are and see what comes first before each other, so I'm just going to have to test everything on that dumb thing. And if nothing's broken on that, I gotta go and start taking this whole thing apart, because it's either the power supply board or this. And I think it's most likely this, because I see more topics about them blown out than the power supply board. everybody comes to the conclusion it's power supply board first, and then they get into it and they really these chips down here. So yeah, it's 2 chips per channel. So there's a lot of chips down there. There's a lot of channels in this. So yeah, this is actually a nice unit. I think it retails for like 500. So yeah, it's actually a really nice unit, and I really want to fix it because I want it. So yeah, I guess this is gonna be it until I can get a multimeter. So I'm just gonna post this. I just want to point this out. I might be able to test it from sticking it through the back. So if we look closely, you can kind of see the points. I don't think it's going to focus that small thing. Nope, doesn't want to focus. But it is down there. If we take a look up here, alright, maybe not there. We look there, and then we follow this around. This would be in there, and then follow this around, and then it would be right there. I can see it. It's not coming up on camera, but I should be able to test it from back there. So thank God I don't have to take the whole thing apart. But if one of them are bad, this whole thing has to come apart. This whole entire thing. Actually, this might just pop out. Alright, well, I guess we find out if I have to take that out.
Coming to you live from the Caribbean is Keith with another video tutorial. Today we're working on a Pioneer VSX 520 receiver. I bought this receiver from a television repair shop that decided not to repair it for whatever reason, so I got it at a pretty good deal, 20-25 bucks, something along the lines of that. And the problem with the receiver is it does not come on. You can hit the power button and it sometimes does click. In this case it's not clicking, probably because it went into protection mode. To get it out of protection mode, I think you hit I think it was enter and turn down. I think you hold those together for a few seconds and you get to click, or auto direct and enter. I don't remember what the service manual said, but there's one of those functions you can hit normally when an amplifier channel blows and it's causing it to shut down, or there's some kind of other reason why the amp shut down. The receiver normally goes into protection mode and doesn't allow the protection mode doesn't allow the receiver to come on. So normally by hitting a sequence keys on the display, you can normally get it to come on. This particular one, I used to be able to hit the power button, you can hear it click, but no on-screen display would come on at all. Wouldn't even say detect, or not detect, but protect. In troubleshooting this here, what we're going to do is we're going to check for all our voltages, and I've already checked for a lot of the voltages, and I actually already found out exactly what's wrong with it. And the problem with this particular one is going to be this transformer here. And the way I came up with that is there's no output voltages out of the transformer itself. And if you check here, here, prong 1 pin, and here you have 100 well, it's supposed to be 120 volts, but there's 114 volts right now. But on the output, we turn our voltmeter to DC, and we put this ground to our common. Our common just on the side of the case right there. As you can see here, we have no output voltages on it. And if I'm not mistaken, we're supposed to have 5 and 12 according to the service manual. So this transformer here is bad. To double check, to verify that the transformer is bad, of course we already know that we have 120 volts, well in this case 114 volts, going into the transformer. Now a lot of times these transformers have internal thermal fuses. So what you're going to want to see if the thermal fuse has opened up, you're going to want to measure the resistance across the power pins, the input power pins down here. So what we're going to do is we're going to measure that, those two here. Here we're going to ohm between the blue and the black to make sure we get an ohm reading. So we're going to turn our voltmeter to ohms. We're going to prong, sorry man, I'm trying to hold my iPad and do it at the same time. We're going to prong one, see if we can get the stick in there. Yeah, we got the stick in there. And this other one, I'm trying to do it one-handed, sorry. But it's making contact in there. And as you can see, we don't have any resistance inside there, so that basically means that the transformer's open. And from the build sheet on this transformer, there's a thermal resistor, or not thermal resistor, a thermal fuse inside this transformer that we're going to attempt to replace. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and yank that transformer out, and then we'll get back to you.
Have 158, 160 volts.
Coming to you live from the crib again.
Over there. The low pass filter.
Yollarımız.
Completed the repair on this small Pioneer SX434 receiver. It's good for about 15 watts.
Bend right here because it can damage the cable.
Is a network receiver.
Bit better, but yeah, it's a 5.1 sound system. Opticals there, but I don't know really any of just Pioneer is.
Okay, right now we have the DVD player hooked up to the
modified that Denon amplifier to motorize the volume control.
So I've rebooted the gateway.
from the Tackle Direct Pro staff.
With a Pioneer VSX LX50 AV receiver.
Hello, Kevin. I think I fixed it. So, I'm turning it off with the Harmony remote.
Phone's connection to your home network. But there's no reason why you shouldn't.
Now with subwoofer.
Best of thing.
Connectivity.
Now, the way these membrane buttons work, you have these in remote controls, cell phones, and all of
Aluminium foil, so it gives the appearance of being aluminium. Now Pioneer, this one has got the least sturdy of the three of them. Hello, welcome to this AV Land home cinema receiver product shootout. We're going to talk to you about the different features of these AV receivers and how they stack up against each other, and ultimately which ones we think are best. The receivers are the Pioneer VSX 922, the Denon AVR 2113 and the Onkyo TX NR 616. Starting off here with the Onkyo. This is the only one of the different receivers that's THX rated, but it's also the one that lacks Apple AirPlay in the different ones. Although Onkyo have now launched a new application for the iPhone that allows you to do a very similar thing to AirPlay and stream from your mobile phone wirelessly music, but without actually using Apple AirPlay. Inside here you can see they've got very large heat sinks. It has a very large fan on top to cool it down if it gets hot, although that only comes on at high volumes. It's not on, you can't hear it when it's quiet. That's the power supply there inside the Onkyo 616. Now the front panel is plastic, but it's overlaid with some very thin aluminium foil, so it gives the appearance of being aluminium. Now the Pioneer. This one has got Apple AirPlay on. It's also got the ability to charge something like an iPad at the front. And it also, all three of these have the ability to be controlled by an iPad or iPod Touch or iPhone. It's plastic fronted. It does feel the cheapest one. It is the cheapest one out of the three, but it has a sort of plasticky feel. The actual casing at work of it feels the less sturdy, the least sturdy of the three of them. Power wise, the Pioneer here, it claims to be 105 watts per channel. The Onkyo, I can't believe it, it says it's 160 watts. From our kind of testing, they all seem fairly the same, and they are very similar price range, all these different three. The Pioneer though is the cheapest one. Inside, it seems to have not so good quality circuit boards. I don't know, it just doesn't seem to be the same high quality components that are in the Onkyo. But that said, it's still very good for the money. There's a lot in it, so you're getting a lot for your money, and it is a bit cheaper than the Onkyo. So you pay, you get what you pay for, really. That board there is the main sort of HDMI board where all the connections go in. It's also where all the decoding's done inside the Pioneer. Now onto the Denon AVR 2113. This one also has AirPlay the same as the Pioneer. They've made a lot of improvements on this year's model, the Denon have. The sound quality from this is significantly better than last year's. And when we were doing our tests for this shootout, we thought that the Denon actually, for music, was the best out of all three. The Onkyo is very close though, but the Pioneer not as good. The Pioneer, for both home cinema and music, we thought was the weakest product of the three. The Denon and the Onkyo very close, with some different speaker combinations. Too close to call. The Onkyo was better. With others, the Denon was better. So, you know, it's very difficult to make decisions between the two. It really goes down to sort of build quality and features. And I think that the Onkyo just pips the Denon to the post on that. But saying that, you look at the build quality here as well. Inside, better quality components, big transformer. On the back panel, this is the Onkyo, and this has the most HDMI inputs. This has 8 in total, and twin outputs. It's the only one that has twin output HDMI.
I'm just going to tell you the match, the number.